Good morning, folks. Welcome one and all. You're watching AMS Live and my name is Boy. It is Thursday, August 15th, 2024. Another day at Schiphol Airport. Standing at the threshold of 18 left. In use today for departures. 27 will be used as secondary runway for arrivals later. We have wind currently blowing from the south, more or less. And the first departure just took place. Hope everybody is doing well. Happy Thursday. Now there is a BizJet incoming to the Oostbaan. I'm looking around. It should be close by already. Where is it? It's getting closer by. You'd think you'd be able to see it at some point. It is now flying over the Nieuwe Meer. Well, don't see it. Lighting is a bit difficult. It is a bit hazy. And with the sun also shining over there, makes it quite hard to see BizJets. Let me see if we can pick it up in the final seconds of its arrival. Well, flight radar says it should be landing about now. Ah, got it. Alrighty, meanwhile, more traffic is coming this way for departure. Let's zoom in on flight radar a little bit. The first airplane to arrive is a 737 to Bucharest, KLM flight 1373. We have another KLM 737 to Zurich also coming this way. As you can see, it is hazy. The sun is shining, but only just. KLM flight 1919 to Zurich. Embraer 175 to Turin. And another 737-900 to Marseille. KLM. It's KLM. A very good morning to everybody who's joined. Maria, Roy, Marianne, Jan Kees, all others. Good morning, one and all. KLM flight 1639 to Marseille. And that's the last of the batch that was lining up to take off over here right now. 737-900, which is no longer on flight radar, will probably reappear in a minute. It's a glitch that flight radar seems to continue to have. Haziness over here, duckies in the water still. Donald Duck and Daisy. Also on the other side. Quite a few actually. More on this side than on the other side. Although a bit further away. Huey, Dewey and Louie also there. We've got a couple of airplanes that are outbound coming this way, taxiing this way, still in the distance but coming. Dynamic duo, KLM 737s, the first one to Rome, the second one to Nantes. Hey, Paul also back in the chat, morning mate. Alan, good morning. Lois, good morning. Leo, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, man. Hope you will like it in the lounge. The custom emojis now at your disposal. Don't be afraid to use them. Hope you like it in the lounge. If something isn't to your liking, do let me know. Let me see what I can fix can do about it and fix it. Good morning, Sarah Jane. Good morning, Liwa. Good morning, Miroslava. Quack. Yeah. Yeah. Hello there. Quack, quack. Yeah. From 1727 to the next, the one lining up is KLM flight 1603 going to Rome, 737-800. Four-year-old airplane had its first flight in April 2000, PHBXE. More 737s, this is a 700. Going to Nantes, KLM flight 1419. 13 years old, it's the PHBGM. No Wi-Fi on board by the looks of it. Hey, Jane also back in the chat. Good to see ya, hope all is well. Found a way to watch it from work. We're not gonna tell. Morning, bevroren patat, frozen french fries. Paul, Mark, morning fellas. Rafael, good morning. Hey there Sasha, good morning. Frits, goedemorgen. Right, double E2 time. One E2 lining up. And one headshot. Matt, goedemorgen. Triple E2 Embraer time. Awesome. So the one lined up right now is going to Florence, Firenze. The one we're looking at is going to Munich. The one behind it is going to Geneva. Airplane inception. One down, two to go. Oh, that's interesting, Rob. Rob says KLM flight 601 taxiing to 18 left for LAX. That's interesting. Why not to 24? You'd think it would go to 24. Interesting, interesting. Is there something going on runway 24 then? Also a massive big thank you to Jess, who just became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Thank you for choosing AMS Live, Jess. Hope you will like it in the lounge. This is KLM flight 1851 to Munich. The 2 Embraer 195. PH NXC, 3 years old, first flight March 2021. Right, what's the hold up? Is there a BizJet arriving? We're taking off? I don't see anything on flight radar at the moment. Normally when they don't immediately take off, it is because something is taking off or landing at the Schiphol Oostbaan. Although I do see a BizJet moving. Oh wait, something is taking off by the looks of it. Already airborne, there it is, BizJet. That's the reason why the E2 was not given clearance yet. Crossing traffic, so to speak. Now that it has cleared the path, I'm sure it will get clearance any moment now. That's the well sounds indicating the engine's pulling up. Throttling up or throttling down is when this sound is produced. Howdy Arno, goedemorgen. Nieuweslava, good morning. Mr. Wobbly Hand says, looks like summer is back. I wouldn't say so. Today we have reasonably sunny weather. It is still hazy. Tomorrow we're getting rain. It is actually rather hazy right now. Temperature's okay though. KLM flight 1931 to Geneva, third consecutive E2 Embraer. What's this? Is that airplane going to take off over here? That's interesting if it were. Hey Koen, Paul, Martino, good morning. What's this? If I can see it on flight radar, but I cannot. Is it taking off from runway 24? It looks like it. Taxiing to runway 24 for departure. Or is it? Mystery airplane, what are you going to do? This is our Dolomiti, which is flying for Lufthansa to Munich. Hey there Roadhouse. Hey there Plutke. Morning all. That is K2 passing by in the foreground. Got a 737 to Malaga lined up. Days are just arriving on the scene. Splashdown. KLM flight 1971 in the foreground to split. E2 Embraer to Nice behind it. Taking its sweet time. What's up, Captain? Oh, they're going for a turn and burn. Way to split. Ooh, are there rattlesnakes over here? Didn't know Schiphol also had rattlesnakes. Another E2 Embraer 195 lined up, ready to go to Nice, which is Nice. Guten Morgen, Nick. Bom dia, Maria. Silsek, goedemorgen. Roadhouse, Dirk on tour, good morning. All others who have joined in the meantime, good morning and welcome to the show. Was a bit of a hard choice. Would I go to Polderbaan or would I go to this place? In the end, the dynamics that you have over here with winds like today, one from Polderbaan, although it does mean missing the landing of the LA28 special livery A350 of Delta. I hope it will have a gate somewhere within visual range from over here so that we can still see it. I also heard it was coming back again to the Netherlands tomorrow, so let's see. What is coming next? It looks like an A321 privilege style flying for KLM. Let's see. Yep, this is a KLM A321 to Madrid. Obviously privilege style. Operator. What's your style? Privilege style. Hearing something. This jet taking off. And that is the reason for the hold up. Crossing traffic, or potentially crossing traffic, I should say. Good morning, Michael. Tuning in all the way from Houston in Texas, home of the house music. Good to have Houston inhabitants in the house. Good morning, Kevin H. Adriaan, goedemorgen. Roadhouse asks if I have an ADS-B receiver at home or any other kind of aircraft tracking stuff. No sir, I do not. Just use flight radar. Now this privileged style A321 is 15 years old already and began flying in September 2008. Yo, what up, Fit Air A350 fan? Good to see you again, mate. Martin, morgen. I think Austrian is also coming this way. Yes to Europe. To Warsaw, flight 1313 KLM. Chris Coot says hi to everybody. Morning, welcome to the show. In the meantime, we have an A320neo from Austria and yes to Europe, going back to Vienna. Well, well, well. This is Austrian flight 372 to Vienna. The OELZO, a year old, first flight October 2022, nearly 2 years old already. Morning Alan, tuning in from the northeast of England. Line cutter. So KLM. Wouldn't be surprised if it were. No, Transavia, of course. KLM or Transavia, it's always the same people that cut in line. Don't have the decency to wait their turn. I think they're better than the others. Austrian is lined up. In the meantime, KLM flight 1983 to Belgrade. Looking us in the face, Embraer 190. Aloha Jinshin, what up mate? Yeah, Chris. sitting on that pole again. That's his spot. High and mighty, just above the water. Where are you, mate? There you are. Pretty good. His favorite spot. Rob, goedemorgen. Kiano, good morning. Hey there, Harry. Dutch F Geek, good morning. All others who have joined in the meantime, good morning and welcome to the show. Departures from 18 left, and between 11 and 11:40 arrivals on runway 27. Then again, departures from 18 left. Between 1 and 2, another hour of arrivals. The Emirates A380 expected between 1 and 2 today, so we should see it land today. Hey, what's that? It's a Dreamliner coming this way by the looks of it. Is it going to take off from 18 left? I wonder. Or has it just arrived? No, hasn't arrived. Wouldn't be taxiing there if it had. In the meantime, over here we have a 737-800 that is going to take people to Lyon. Wow. KLM flight 1431. What's that big bird doing? Oh, it had indeed arrived from New York. Okay, interesting. Thought we were going to see something interesting take off from runway 18 left. Something heavier. What up, Lee? Good evening. Hope you've had a good day, mate. All right. Now, also, let's keep an eye out for Delta Airlines flight 74. Has just landed on Polderbaan and is taxiing to the gate. Is now in between the Polderbaan and the main platform area. I'm very curious to see to which gate it is going to be directed. First time visiting the brand new LA28 Olympics A350, so I'm hoping it will be assigned to a gate within visual range from over here. Pilot Sander is at the Polderbaan and he already sends me a picture. he shot him. Oh, nice. Hey Miss Wolves, good morning, good to see you again, hope all is well. Welcome back. A little Embraer 175. Now we are going to see something heavy take off pretty soon. Got a 777 on our way, on its way to us, I should say. Heading to Bangalore. KLM flight 879. Good morning, Eric. Firefighter also passing by, waving his hand. Blammo! Headshot! There's a line cutter to the left, which is taking off further down the runway, and that is why the 777 is holding short. But well, the line cutter is now on the move, so yeah, lining up. KLM flight 879 to Bangalore, 777-200 the PHBQN, 18 years old, first flight April 2006. Now Lee, although indeed you are right and we are facing headwind more or less, as you can see by the windsock, for some reason the jet wash is staying away so far. Now let's see, Delta Airlines flight 74 in the meantime has arrived on this side of the platform area. Hopefully we will get to see it. Big picture wise, again getting a bit more cloudy. Western part of the sky and the southern part seems to be very cloudy. We have a little bit of blue over here still. Further to the northeast is this. Also a little bit of openness still. I think it is going to get a bit more cloudy as the day progresses. Temperatures are good still. Yo, what up Alvin? The ultimate also in the chat, good to see you mate. Georgios, good morning. Delta Airlines has turned to come this way. Let's hope we catch a glimpse of it. Right, we have a 737 that went to Dubrovnik. We have an Embraer 190 lining up. And after that, 7879 to Cape Town will be coming. Also a massive big thank you to Scott, who just now gifted the membership, and I see that Belgium Gamer 19 was gifted the membership. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, Belgium Gamer. Don't forget to say thank you to Scott. Scott, thank you so much for your kindness. Another member of the Aurora Sky Lounge, courtesy of Scott. Thank you. Now I'm scrolling back and forth on flight radar. The A350 arriving from Atlanta is coming. We don't see it yet because trees and bushes. But it is the first time the special livery LA28 is coming. Has arrived, I should say. In the meantime, this is KLM flight 597 going to Cape Town in South Africa. 787-89, no, 787-7879. 6 years old, first flight March 2018. Does that say don't touch? Six-year-old airplane, first flight March 2018, KLM flight 597. And I spy with my little eye the Delta A350 LA28 special livery. First time visiting the Netherlands, brand new airplane. Premiere on Schiphol Airport, Delta Airlines LA28 Olympics, landed on the Polderbaan, pilot Sander caught it. And here it is, first time visiting Amsterdam. It is an A350-900, brand new, first flight July 2024. In the meantime, all is lining up over here. Flight 238 to Tel Aviv, 787-900, 737-900. More 737s. KLM 737-700 to Milan. And a 737-800 to Berlin. Well, take it easy, fellas. Take it easy. Take it easy. Easy, easy, lads. Come on. Hey. Come on. Be nice. This is the 737 to Milan, KLM flight 1621. And what's this behind the 737? It is an A220 Bombardier C Series 300 Bulgaria going to Sofia. Birds indeed, Avisteria. Birds that have to be friendly to each other. Be nice. What good is it if we teach our kids to be nice if the birds don't even set an example to the kids? Still think it looks better in Ita blue, but it is a nice cockpit, nice look, doesn't it? It has a nice look, doesn't it? Bulgaria Bulgaria That's what it says here. Bulgaria Air Flight 462, brand new airplane, first flight October 2023, the LZBAR to Sofia, Bulgaria. Bombardier C Series 300 or A220s as they're called these days. So it is 10:34, means we still have 25 or so minutes left of departures from this runway before the arrivals will take over for 40 or so minutes. Cloudiness is taking over in the sky over here. Definitely getting a bit more nebulous and cloudy, but that's okay. Visibility and ground level is still okay. More airplanes coming this way. Hey Josephine, good morning. Hans' favorite airline, Finnair in the background. Hard to see if it is a special delivery or not. The airplane zigzagged to the threshold of 18 left. From left to right and back again. KLM flight 1513 to Barcelona, 737-800. Turnenberg. Welling next to Barcelona. No, to Santiago. What's that? Okay. Just some ads for a local part of Spain by the looks of it. Welling flight 8379. A320 going to Santiago. The EC-MFL 9-year-old airplane, first flight March 2015. Holding short once again means let's look to the left. Something happening. Something arriving or taking off from the Oostbaan. Not visible on flight radar, at least. Still, this usually means something is going on. Oh no, it's pulling up. Usually means that something is landing on or taking off from Schiphol Oostbaan, runway 0422. So I was looking to the left to see if I could see something in the distance, but nothing was happening. Maybe just a random moment where the controller was a bit busy. Up and away. Will we see more departures from the runway before they're going to switch to arrivals on runway 27? The inspection of runway 27 is already in progress. They might switch a bit early. Meanwhile, we have an American that is on the move. American 777. Looky here. That is ace. Well, it is TUI, but its destination is ace. Lanzarote 767-300 coming this way to take off. Hey there, Han. Morning. Good to see you, mate. Classical goodness in the form of a TUI 767-300. Old school engine sounds. Listen to that, folks. Oi! It's the PH Oi! And it has nice shiny stripes. Lovely. Now, this airplane is 24 years old, ladies and gentlemen. First flight was in February 2000. Jules, goedemorgen. The Eagle, goedemorgen, good morning. This is KLM flight 9960 to Paris XCR, probably a flight to get the airplane for maintenance underway. 6-year-old airplane, first flight October 2017. Probably an empty airplane. Now, Han, I don't have good news for you. Now the Vueling A320 to Barcelona, flight 8301. 16-year-old airplane, first flight May 2008. Goedemorgen Ashley, Arnold, all others who've joined in the meantime, morning. The world is becoming a bit more grey over here. No more bits, well, just a little bit of blue in the sky. The rest is cloudy now. TUI outbound to Curacao on its way to runway 24, flight 361. Hey there DJ Danny, good morning. Yesterday in fact, Marianne, we have a Max 8 that is coming this way, I think, going to Marsa Alam. TUI Max 8. Two-year-old airplane, first flight December 2021. Still zigzagging. Good morning Donna, good to see you again. Hope all is well. And thank you, Roy. TUI flight 3455. 737 Max 8 on its way to Egypt. And thank you, Marianne. Thank you, Adriaan. You, cheers Paul, cheers Alvin. And that is exactly why I did it. I am watching you. Cheap ass clickbait. The imaginary KLM A380. But wouldn't it be nice if there was one? Oh, still had my focus on auto because of the duckies. Since it is already in that setting, let's have a look at one of those hybrid birds. Still not exactly sure what type this is. Not a regular duck, not a regular coot, definitely not a grebe. Sort of a hybrid duck. Pigeon duck. There's also one over there. Oh, there's three even. What do you know? There's another one over here. Another one right here. Well, thank you all so much for the congratulations. Thank you so much. I now hold the answer to the life, the universe and everything, having become 42. Alvin, cheers mate! Super sticker with a slice of pink birthday cake with purple icing and a candle. Not sure what my dentist would say if I had such a cake. Sounds tasty, thank you so much. Is that... there's a lot to see at Schiphol, as you can see. Is it coming this way? It's going to Warsaw. I think that might be one of the last airplanes then. Before runway 27 is going to be used for arrivals. K2 already did the runway inspection. We have a bizjet that is taking off from runway 22 as it happens. Lot is using the cheaters lane. Already taking off south of runway 27. Makes me think there are airplanes underway already. Also a massive big thank you to Tom, who just now gifted no less than 10 memberships. Thank you so much for that, Tom. That is very kind and generous of you. Don't forget to say thank you if you are one of the recipients of the gifted memberships Tom gifted just now. Welcome to the Aurora Skylounge new members. Thank you so much. Exceptionally generous of Tom. 10 new members. And a lot on its way to Warsaw. And also DJ Danny, thank you so much for your super sticker, a pink ice cream cone. I will have an ice cream later when I get home again. Thank you so much for that. Always good, nice ice cream. I think we are going to see arrivals on runway 27 pretty soon, so let's prepare for that. Might as well also do a new checkup of the meter for you guys. So I just did a refresh. The wind is blowing from the south more or less. We have just under double-digit wind speed, 9 knots, 304. It says few clouds at 1400 feet. There's definitely more clouds higher up, which the meter doesn't capture because it just covers the lower 5,000 feet surrounding the airport. The airport is 22 degrees already. That is 74 Fahrenheit or something. Let me paste the meter in the ticker so you can read it back. Let's see, zoom out, zoom out, zoom out. The first airplane to arrive is now in the vicinity of Amsterdam Southeast. KLM flight 1850, Embraer 190 arriving from Munich. Let's see. Things are getting darker. There is still some blue in the sky over here. Right above me also a bit of blue. There is about the last bit of blue in the sky. You might have heard Chris Coot just now. Over there. Hey, and the Orange Pride has also arrived. There we go. PHBVA. Just landed. So 18 right and 27 now in use for arrivals. Our first arrival is coming. Shouldn't be too long anymore before it arrives. Also a massive big thank you to John for your continued support. 7 months of membership. Been awesome, boy. Great streams. Thank you, he says. Well, thank you so much for your continued support, mate. Happy to hear that you still like everything. If something isn't to your liking, do let me know. I'm always looking to improve things if possible. Thank you so much for your continued support, John. Hope you will stick around as a frequent visitor for many more months to come. If not as a member, then as at least as a regular visitor. Alrighty, it is almost time to turn around the camera. KLM flight 1850 is coming. Now, interestingly, there's also still a departure going away to Belgrade from 18 left. This is GetJet Airlines, all white, A320, destination Belgrade, flight 261, LYMAL, Lymol, 17-year-old airplane, first flight February 2007. Meanwhile, KLM flight 1850, I saw it just between the trees. Will become visible over there pretty soon. Embraer 190, returning home from Munich, south of Germany, Bavaria. 1 hour and 3 minutes underway. 14-year-old airplane, first flight January 2010. Right, time to go. Or no, it's going to have to wait, I think. Yeah, Embraer 175 up next. Arriving from Stuttgart, which I think will appear. There it is. As you guys can see, it is hazy. KLM flight 1828 arriving from Stuttgart. Embraer 175, 6-year-old airplane, 54 minutes on the way. thought for a moment we had a cheater on cheater's lane, but we don't. Ohayou gozaimasu. Virtual Space Airport, good morning. Right. The A320 to Belgrade is underway. EasyJet A319 arriving from Copenhagen is on short final. Oh, it's going around. Where is it? Gear is still extended. And there's a go around. Interesting. Gear is still down. Interesting. EasyJet A319 early go around. KLM 777 lining up on runway 24. Meanwhile, we are awaiting an Embraer 175 from KLM arriving from Gothenburg, which is flying over Amsterdam Schiphol and should become visible pretty soon. And Connie asks if I'm at Polderbaan. I'm not, Connie. This is the threshold of 1 night left. We are very close to all the action. Already there. KLM flight 1230 returning from Gothenburg. Exit stage left. Servus Erik, good to see you again, mate. Herzlich willkommen. What's this? Is that Air Europa having been pushed back? It looks like it. It looks like it. Oh. Let's zoom out and turn back the camera to the east. KLM Embraer 190 arriving from Biland should be next pretty soon. There it is already. Returning from Biland, haven't dropped off the bills hopefully. 46 minutes on their way. Howdy Adri. Hey there Rosa. Alan says, catch you later Boeing crew, time to go and piss someone off. You have a productive day mate. Catch you in the next one. Now JK, thank you so much for your super chat. The second time you captured a go around this week. To be honest, I didn't even count. I hadn't realized this was the second one. Although it was a very early one, so does this count? Yeah, officially it is, of course, a go around. It's not like oh yeah, of course, the touch and go around at the Oostbaan. That was a nice one. That was a proper touch and go. Air Europa, off to Madrid. In the meantime, Transavia arriving from Verona on short final. Let's turn around the camera so that we can see it. See it there initially. Let's see, Amsterdam Schiphol in the vicinity of the big pond. Still trying to gauge when am I going to see it, where, and where is it then on flight radar. Now crossing the Ringvaart, still not visible over here. Now it becomes visible. Okay, so crossing the Ringvaart means we can see it over there. Alright, alright. Duly noted. Transavia 737-800 arriving from Verona. Jin asks, Scoots! Bit further away. Bit further away. Duck. 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 There were at least 3 coots here earlier. It looks like all ducks over there. Maybe the coots have fled. They had been in a fight. Maybe they scooted out of here before the police would show up. I'm not sure. They were here. Don't see them right now. United Dreamliner also on the move. In the meantime, Iberia Express A320 arriving from Madrid, approaching runway 27, the next airplane to land. This is United Airlines to Chicago, 7878 Dreamliner, flight 908. Iberia Express flight 3722 is arriving from Madrid. It's an A320, 2 hours and 8 minutes underway. "11-year-old airplane, first flight August 2013. I'm thinking we are a little bit further away. I could amp up the mic volume just a little bit for the arrivals and tune it down again to what I have it at right now when the departures take place again. Let's do that a little bit. Bump to the bump to the bump to the bump. So I've turned up the microphone volume ever so slightly for the ambient microphone. Hopefully it'll catch a bit more of the airplane's landing. sounds. If it is too much, let me know. The other time I was here, it was on auto and it was way higher than I would have liked it to be. Now checking the levels, the audio levels on my camera, and it should still be okay. Embraer 175 arriving from Luxembourg. Next to arrive, KLM flight 1710. Which is now flying over the park called Amsterdam Schiphol. Amsterdam Forest stretches down also towards Amstelveen. Quite a big park where you can cycle, run, canoe, whatever you want. There are several ponds. Adjacent to it you have hockey clubs from Amstelveen. This is KLM flight 1710 arriving from Luxembourg. Embraer 175. That is a no reversal landing. Okay, EasyJet go around made it to Polderbaan with more crosswind. No? Yeah. No, the crosswind is over here. Sounds great. Donna says compression of the audio is 10 out of 10. Okay. Leave it at that then. Until the departures again begin, then I will throttle it down again to what I had it at before. Alvin proving that although Australians have evolved quite far, they still are dependent on calories in. Has to take a break to have dinner. Like all the other normal human beings. Enjoy your dinner, mate. American Dreamliner on the go. KLM Airbus being towed. Apparently KLM hasn't paid its traffic fines. That's what happens. You get towed away. The next airplane landing for KLM is German Airways arriving from Nuremberg. Hadi Lise, goedemorgen. Another Embraer 190 coming next. KLM arriving from Frankfurt. The A330 being towed to one of the maintenance hangars in the background. Schiphol Oost is where that happens. KLM fan says, I had a dream I saw Ryanair A380. Wouldn't that be something? Crashing down on the tarmac with a Ryanair A380. Next up is KLM flight 1816. And also thought I heard it already. BizJet taking off from runway 22. Quick departure before the arrival at runway 27. The airplane is now behind the building. Should appear pretty soon. Arriving from Frankfurt, 44 minutes underway. Jin, they're back. Chris and Curtis. Yeah, the second one is hiding behind the cover of the grass on the left hand side. Chris is definitely there. Chris Coot. Being very territorial today. Quite remarkable. Now, the sun is also shining again a little bit, ever so faintly. Nebulous, cloudy. Air Oink Oink next. Let's see that Lance is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Air Oink Oink is coming. Where is it? Still flying on the east side of Amsterdam Schiphol. Majority of the birds is duckies. There definitely are also a couple of coots swimming between them. At least two. Looks a bit blurry. Have the focus set manually to infinity, which is my default focus for filming the airplanes. Switch to auto when necessary to film something up close, but that takes switching back and forth. Haven't done that just now. Next up, Air Oink Oink A321 Neo. Arriving from Istanbul. It's at 12:51, 2 hours and 57 minutes on the way. Par for the course. Where did that A350 from Delta park? The one with the LA28 special livery. Kind of sort of lost track of it when it became invisible due to the LO, I think it was, that was lined up. Oink Oink, the fly pigs, and things are again opening up somewhat by the looks of it. High cirrus clouds, but also some blue here and there. Strange weather, it has to be said. Not cold. Bit odd though. Dutch. It's Dutch weather. Another beautiful, intricate livery there, all white. Check out the details in this one. Beautiful Anadolu Jet A321, also arriving from Istanbul. Chris says, good morning everybody, welcome to the show. Like and subscribe if you haven't already. You're absolutely right. I keep forget to say that. It's always good that the koets remind me. Jan Jansen, goedemorgen, good morning. Air incognito indeed. Good morning, Ella. Good morning, Vivienne. Good morning, Loco Loco. All others who have joined in the meantime, welcome to the show. We've got the A380 underway, expected between 1 and 2, which is also when this runway, now currently in use for arrivals, is expected to be used for arrivals again. Next airplane to arrive will become visible in a moment. KLM flight 1198 arriving from Oslo. That's an Embraer 190, one of KLM's own. Flight time 1 hour and 23 minutes. 15-year-old airplane. First flight in July 2009. QJ, good morning. Ooh. Murmuration of birds. Nice. Moving away from the platform area, so that's good. And that's where they're allowed to do their thing. And the airplane vacating the runway, vacated over there. Are we going to see any heavies in the duration? Runway 27 is open for arrivals. Let me pinch and zoom out a little bit on flight radar. I think the disappointing answer is no. Don't see any inbound traffic for now. I thought I saw that the 747 arriving from Jeddah was going to go. Yeah, that is expected around 12, so that is going to go to Polderbaan. We'll probably get compensated for the lack of heavies in the time slot between 1 and 2, when this runway 27 will also be used again for arrivals. K2 in the meantime is standing over there. The next airplane to arrive is going to be KLM flight 12, what is it, 84? Embraer 190 arriving from Aalborg. There it is. "58 minutes on the way to get here." 14-year-old airplane. First flight February 2010. Me myself asks, will you switch to Polderbaan during this stream? The answer is no, and that is something I will never do with my current setup. Although it is not as extensive as Kevin from AVL, my setup is quite elaborate and takes half an hour to set up, take down. So if you have to move between places, that's a half-hour teardown, a half-hour setup, a half-hour drive. That's 1.5 hours of nothingness. All your viewers will be gone in the meantime, so that is a big no. Once I'm at a location, I'm always going to be there. Did try it before, a year ago, from the McDonald's to the Polderbaan. Not my thing. Maybe if you have a more mobile setup, but I don't. Hey there, Jake. Goedemorgen. Nice weather indeed. Today it is, at least. Not sure about tomorrow. Rain was expected for tomorrow, if I recall correctly. least in the morning hours, but maybe also in the afternoon, persisting. Chris back on his throne. He's not alone though. Although Chris is the loudest of the two. Yeah. Such an enthusiastic bird. Gotta love him. It's odd weather. It's hazy. Now, if I point the camera to the west, you'd almost be inclined to think it's going to rain anytime soon. Now, that's not the case, but it sure looks like it. Delta A330 on the move. So yeah, with the rain expected tomorrow, thinking maybe go to P3. You guys remember that high parking garage? That's over there. Although you are still very much exposed to wind and to rain, it's probably a bit drier than when you're fully exposed to the elements. I'm not sure if I'm going to go there. I am contemplating it. It also depends on the severity of the rain. If it's really pouring, I'm pretty sure that you're also going to get wet, soaking wet in that garage. In which case there's not a lot of added value, plus a lot of effort to get there, relatively speaking. Señor Evan, buenas tardes. Hola, buenos días, mi camaradas, is what Evan is saying to you all. I'm saying buenos días, Señor Rodriguez. Good to have you back, mate. Hope all is well. Roy has to sign off, sadly. Mod duty is calling. See you in the next one then, Roy. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you for joining again. Good morning, Michael. And I'm now standing at the threshold of 18 left, Jan Jansen. Next up is going to be an E2 Embraer 195, KLM flight 1216, arrival from Stockholm. There it is. 1 hour 42 minutes on the way to get here. The PH NXL, a 2-year-old airplane, which will reappear again in a moment. Over there. First flight was in May 2022. And also a massive big thank you for your super sticker there, Evan. 100 underlined twice. Muchas gracias, señor. Now it is 11:28 as we speak, and this runway is expected to be open for departures until 11:40 or so. It's not an exact time necessarily, so they might switch it up earlier. Let's see if there are any. Miss Wolves also has to join Roy for mod duties as well. Miss Wolves, thank you for joining. Good to see you again, and I hope we'll see you again in one of the next ones anytime soon. Enjoy the rest of your day. Looking on Flight Radar, I'm zooming out so that I can see all of the Netherlands. Moped passed by. As I'm looking, I don't think there are any airplanes that are going to land on runway 27 anymore. Whatever is coming now is probably going to be assigned to Polderbaan. Means I'm going to, before I forget, turn down the volume again to the right level that I was also using in the beginning for the departures, which I think will commence again soon. Will not last too long before we're going to see the departures again. For now, everything is still going to runway 24. All those airplanes on the move, taking off from runway 24. Oink oink over there. Dreamliner over there. Semi-ominous, quasi-ominous looking clouds further. This is southeast. I think that the wind on cloud level is blowing from this angle, from over there. There's definitely activity in the clouds. Are these towering cumulus clouds? I think they might be. How about we also take this moment to have a quick look at the meter. Let's do a refresh of the weather and see what it says. It says scattered clouds at 1600 feet. Okay, so no towering cumulus clouds. Wind is more or less from the south, varying a little bit. Left and right of south has turned into the double digits now, 10 knots, 3/4. So scattered clouds at 1600 feet is all it is saying. It still says visibility at ground level is 10 kilometers or more, which is interesting. It does look a bit more hazy, but well, I don't know. Paste. There you go. Dreamliner in the back. Going back to Dreamland. Hey there, Andrea, good evening. Tuning in from Canberra. Welcome back. Hope all is well. Looking on flight radar for inbound traffic arriving from the east, which, normally speaking, if runway 27 is open, should be designated to runway 27. We have an Embraer 190 that is arriving from Hanover, has entered the country, but still more than 10 minutes away from here, so I'm assuming it has been assigned to the Polderbaan. Thinking we're not going to see any more inbound traffic to runway 27, and I'm thinking we're going to see the first airplanes take off from when it left again sometime soon. JK Automotive landed last night, returning from Antalya. Welcome back. Probably a bit cooler here now than it was in Turkey. Hey, goedemorgen. Met wie heb ik het genoeg, hè?
Hebben we elkaar eens een keer eerder gesproken?
Ja, ongetwijfeld. Help me herinnering even.
Polderbaan.
Polderbaan, de brandweerman uit Bad Hoeverdorp. Dat was het, ja precies. Ja, precies. Ik zit te wachten totdat de Aalsmeer weer open gaat.
Ja, want dat is zo lang.
Technisch gezien is Aalsmeerbaan of is Buitenveldert nog 10 minuutjes open. Meestal rond 11:40 doen ze de switch, maar er is nu niks in de buurt.
Zo druk hebben, hè?
Nee, op dit moment niet. Nee, ik denk dat het zo meteen weer gaat komen.
Vanmorgen was het nog wel druk.
Ja, nou goed, weet je, dat gaat het altijd. Het komt, het gaat. De A380 die komt zo meteen hier naartoe.
Je had vanmorgen toch best wel veel kijkers, zag ik.
Ja, zeker. Ja, nu nog steeds.
Ja.
Nog steeds.
Ja.
Het is
Je doet het toch wel goed.
Ik doe mijn best. Laten we het daarop houden. Leuk. En eventjes een rondje gaan fietsen. Of moest je nog een boodschap doen?
Sorry?
Moest je een boodschap doen of was je gewoon even een rondje gaan fietsen?
Ik fiets me wat in de rond.
Ah.
Ik zit al 20 jaar niet meer bij die bron. Daar weet ik niet veel meer.
Iedere keer als ze langskomen, dan zwaaien ze eventjes of ze doen even de sirene aan.
Ja, nee, ze kennen mij niet meer, joh. Ik ben al meer dan 20 jaar weg, ik ben 85.
Dan is er een hele nieuwe generatie al met pensioen gegaan.
Ja, de laatste die ik uitgezwaaid heb, dat is nou een half jaar geleden.
Ja.
Dat was de laatste die ik nog meegemaakt heb.
Ja.
En voor de rest kan ik ze niet meer.
Tijden veranderen.
Zo gaat het in het leven.
Precies, absoluut.
Dus,
nee, het is nog steeds rustig. Er komt nog wel wat verkeer aan nu vanuit het westen of vanuit het oosten, maar dat is nog heel ver weg. Dus ik denk dat het allemaal naar de Polderbaan gaat.
Niet meer verhuizen.
Ik ga niet verhuizen, nee, ik blijf hier staan tot het einde van de stream en dan is het weer huiswaarts.
Hey, ik wens je veel succes.
Hey, dankjewel. Leuk je er even gesproken te hebben. Fijne dag verder.
We treffen elkaar vast nog eens een keer.
Ik ga er vanuit van wel.
Oké, zie
Dus,
je.
oké, hoi hoi. Right, that was the retired firefighter who I also met recently at Polderbaan. Little conversation, he's just cycling a little bit, doing some cardio, as should everybody else who has the time for it. I am curious to see if we're going to keep it dry in the Netherlands throughout the day. These do look like clouds that are activating. Wouldn't be surprised if land inward later in the day some of them would evolve into a shower. Temperature is still good, it's nice and windy, so we're good over here. Waiting for traffic. Pretty sure that we're not going to see any inbound traffic to runway 27 anymore. So it's waiting for the first airplane to take off from 18 left again. It's not going to be this airplane. It's going to the impound. It has been confiscated due to KLM not paying their bills in time. Jan says 18 left is open, exclamation mark, so that is good news. That means we should be seeing traffic coming this way anytime soon. Hey there Mike, good morning, good to see ya. Let's do a double check on flight radar. I'm also curious if the ETA of the A380 is still okay. It was between 1 and 2 before I went out this morning. Let's have another look. So we do have Saudia, but this is going to land at Polderbaan. So too will this airplane. It's this airplane I'm curious about. Emirates A380. Expected well after 1 o'clock, so more than likely going to land on this runway 27, the one that was used for arrivals just now. So that's good news. Bom dia, Joao. En Tina, goedemorgen. Andrea, thank you for your continued support as a member. And Andrea writes, poor A330s being carted off in disgrace. Well, it's only temporarily. If KLM pays the bills, they will get pushed back to the gate and they can be used again. Now, what is this I'm seeing? I spy with my little eye Singapore Airlines going to Singapore, which is going to take off from 18 left, or at least that's what I'm assuming. I say assume, more specifically assume / hope. Hey, Qatar Cargo on the move, Mario says. Is that a triple or is that a 7-4? And indeed QJ, also the Orange Pride parked in the background. And we also saw a premiere of the LA28 Olympic Special Livery Delta Airlines A350. I'm also hearing something to my left. That's a bizjet taking off in the distance. What a beautiful machine. Triple 7 Maria says, and I think I have it in sight already. Qatar Cargo 777 coming this way. Taking off from this runway as well. Lois says, such a pretty plane that suits so many liveries. It does indeed. I also had a eye draw thumbnails with the KLM A350. Also looks really nice, so I was torn between using the A380 or the A350 as a thumbnail for today's show. Chose the A380, maybe the next one will be an A350. It does seem that Pegasus is going to be the first airplane to take off. Hey! Ah, okay, what's your name? Lucas. And your friend's name? Samuel. Lucas says hi, Samuel. You also want to show yourself on camera, or is that something you can say goodbye or hello?
Hello.
Check it out, nice. Nice, mate. Hey, thanks, man. You too. Alrighty. Our Oink Oink is coming back with a vengeance. Looking at us like, what you looking at? Going to Antalya, A320neo, flight 5016. 6-year-old airplane, first flight February 2018. Oh yeah, headshot with Qatar Cargo 777. Good timing indeed, Lisa. But it's for the Olympics of 28, right? So it's the next Olympics, going to LA. Also nice to see Grey Snoop Dogg and more bald Dr. Dre also performing the other day. Was that at the Olympics of 24 still? I think it was. This is Qatar Cargo going to NA 777 freighter, 4 years old, first flight October 2019, flight 8156. On the wall, which is the prettiest of them all? I'm very inclined to say it is the A350. Singapore Airlines, flight 323 to Singapore, A350-900, 2-year-old airplane, first flight July 2022. Also greeting back to Donk and UK Garage Devil, tuning in from the UK. And Evan says, I love it when you show enthusiastic plane spotters, whether a follower or just happen to be there enjoying your company. Yeah, I guess I always draw a crowd these days. So massively thank you for your super sticker there, Evan. Very much appreciated. Thank you so much, my friend. Singapore Airlines now on the move. Now what I am hoping for is that we might also catch a 747 outbound to Luxembourg, for instance, while we are still here. Not sure that we will, but I am crossing my fingers that we might. Lufthansa up next. This is Lufthansa. Yeah, gone on flight radar. This is for the mother-in-law. That's her cabin, her private cabin. Lisa says, bevroren patat, jij hebt de beste naam hier, fantastisch. Shouldn't it be bevroren friet for you Belgians? I thought patat was a forbidden word in Belgium. Right, the label is back on flight radar. This is Lufthansa flight 989 to Frankfurt, A321. Next airplane to depart is going to Genoa. It is an Embraer 175 by KLM. PHEXX facts. Spit nothing but facts. 6-year-old airplane, first flight February 2018. KLM did pay some of their bills. This 777-200 is allowed to go back to the gate. So it's not all bad. Hey, Mr. Master, tuning in from London town. Hope you're having a great holiday, mate. Right, this is number 190 to Venice. And this is an A330 to Mumbai that is also coming this way. KLM flight 877. And so far a great time. I'm happy to hear that, Rick. You did not get thrombosis in the airplane with those so little leg room. Well, the flights were short. That's the silver lining. Hey Shamara, also back in the chat. Good to see ya. And Lisa happily makes an exception for frozen patat. Right. I'll remember that next time I'm in Belgium and go to the patat kot. If it is frozen, there's an exception. Air Astana A320 or 21 Neo to Atirau. A321 Neo to Atirau. E2 Embraer to Bud. Bud, Kelly, Al and Peggy. Croatia Airlines A319 in the background to Zagreb, and further in the background the fake wannabe Orange Pride. Air Astana, the first airplane to take off. A321 Neo to Atirau, flight 904. No thrombosis. Great. Drink a lot of alcohol during the flight. It thins your blood. Now, even though this is going back to Kazakhstan, I think it is, right? Registration is Irish. EIKDE, 6-year-old airplane. More airplane inception. E2 Embraer 195 to Budapest. Behind it, Croatia Airlines A319 to Zagreb. And Big Brother is watching. Big Brother is watching. This should make a nice combo shot. The small A319 with the A330 behind it shortly. I think you might have to make an exception to not drinking any alcohol, Rick. You don't want thrombosis. Now you could take aspirin, but you could also do the fun thing and just drink some alcohol, or combine them. But that's not good for your liver nor for your stomach. This is proper airplane inception. So in the foreground we have A319 Croatia Airlines to Zagreb. Behind it is the KLM A330 to Mumbai. Those are CF6s that you're hearing. Evil smiling A330. KLM flight 877 to Mumbai in India, the PH-AKD, fuck D. So instead of F you, you say fuck thee. The airplane is 12 years old, first flight March 2012. Showtime. Mostly headwind, as you guys can see by the windsock. As you can hear, it's not wind still. Still a bit hazy. Odd weather today. Cloudiness. Warm. Not humid. We still have this 777 that needs to be pushed back after KLM paid their bills. I think that's what's going to happen right now. Finnair is also going out. We'll take off from runway 24, going back to bloody Helsinki. Meanwhile, over here we have a KLM 737-900 to Istanbul lining up. More blue on the way. First the tow truck is going to pass the runway, and then the 737 lined up is going to take off. Definitely time to enable the image stabilizer again. Bit windy. Mark asks if I will be filming around 4 o'clock, and the answer is no. I will retire probably after the inbound rush hour between 1 and 2. Embraer 175 and the Embraer 190 after that. This one is going to go to Poland, and the other one is going to go to Austria. And flight 1337, lead. It's the lead airplane, or at least the lead flight number. 7-year-old airplane, first flight May 2017. TAROM also seems to be coming this way. Why? That's why. TAROM. Another KLM Embraer to Vienna lined up right now. The TAROM 737-700 is coming this way. We have another Embraer 175 to Poland, to Krakow behind it. Finnair A350 fan back. Good to have you back, mate. Wind seems to have been picking up a little bit in the last 10-15 minutes or so. This is KLM flight 1903 to Vienna, Embraer 190. 14-year-old airplane, first flight January 2010. TAROM 737-700 with a KLM Embraer 175 behind it. Transporturil aérien romain. It almost sounds French. Right, so folks, if you just joined us, welcome to the show. You are watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are standing along the threshold of 18 left. At the moment, once again being used for departures as secondary runway together with runway 24. Earlier in the morning, between 11 and 11:40 local time, we had runway 27 open as secondary runway for arrivals, which together with Polderbaan 18 right are the landing runways for today. Check it out, one of the prettiest of them all. We had the Singapore Airlines A350, but the ITA Airways A220 is also one that ranks up there in the top 10 of prettiest contemporary airplanes, in my book at least. We saw a glimpse of the special livery LA28 A350 Delta Airlines arriving this morning as a taxi to the gate. And the Emirates A380 today is expected around 1:15, which means it is very likely going to land on the runway, crossing the one now being used for departures, which means we will have good visibility on the A380 landing today. ITA Airways A220-300 to Milan, flight 121. And this is KLM flight 1327 to Krakow, Embraer 175. 7-year-old airplane, first flight January 2017. Ooh, Turkish is also on the move. Turkish 777 looks like it is coming this way. So pretty cool. Oh man, great shape, great color. What more could you want? What up, Omar? Good morning, welcome back. Evan says, peace out. Sorry to see you go, mate. Thanks for joining. Have a good one. Hope to see you in the next one. Robinson Chopper. Not too far behind me. Mr. Robinson. If you guys looked closely, you could see that another ITA blue airplane was coming this way. So we have Turkish, ITA, and the very next airplane is going to be KM Malta, which will be flying to, let me see, oh, Malta, there you go. Airline of the Maltese Islands. Duly noted. 9H Neo. What up, Mr. Cafe Spotter? Good to see you again, Jin. Hope all is well. Turkish Airlines flight 1952 to Istanbul, 777-300 8 years old, this little baby. First flight December 2015. Yo, what up? Good to see you, Sigrid. Hope all is well. I will do my utmost best, Evan. Make sure that the G gets kicked out. Will do my very best to do that. It is a second ETA A220. No, shit, it isn't. It's a fake A220. The angle for a moment was such that I really thought it was an A220, but it's just a boring A320neo or A321neo. Getting a good waft of Jet A fuel vapors now. Huh. Right, Turkish Airlines flight 1952, 777 to Istanbul. 8-year-old airplane, first flight December 2015. Oh, it is another one of those beautiful blue headshots. Pretty airplane. VJ asks which runway is open around 3 for arrival. Well, Polderbaan at least, and yeah, Polderbaan. Runway 27 is expected to open up again around 3:20 p.m. if I recall correctly. Queen has been spotted. Saudia Cargo, which has landed on Polderbaan, taxiing back to its apron parking spot. How about this for a combo shot? Get out of the way! What a timing! What a timing! ITA Airways flight 107 to Rome, A321neo, brand new airplane, first flight October 2023. Saudia Cargo is making its way over to the parking. Alex, good morning, herzlich willkommen, good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well. Hope all is in Bonn. Does look like the sun is shining on that 747, doesn't it? Interesting. check on flight radar on the platform area. Do see that some airplanes destined to be outbound to the west have come alive. Looks like traffic that will take off from the Kaagbaan then. Finnair A350 fan says we need a Saudi cargo emoji. Well, it's not that we see it so very often. Not sure if that is the best to do first. Hey, talking about Queens, I spy with my little eye another one. Right, the question now becomes, what will be the next airplane to take off from 18 left? Delta Airlines is on the move, but it is going to New York JFK, so we'll take off from runway 24, unless of course something similar happens what was happening when I was at P3, where temporarily runway 24 was unable to be used. Still don't know why that was. If anybody has heard anything about that, do let us know in the chat. And all of a sudden all the airplanes destined to take off from runway 24 came back and took off from initially 18 left and then 18 center. Delta is on the move though. Let me see if I can film it. That is Delta Airlines flight 49 to New York JFK A330neo. I think that the very next airplane to take off from 18 left is also approaching. That is a KLM Embraer 190 to Geneva, flight 1933. Hey Dave, what up? Goedemiddag. Good to see you again, mate. Still that hybrid duck, pigeon, duck. Half duck, half pigeon, half chicken or something. And there are a couple of them over here. Still don't know exactly what it is, but looks interesting. This is the Embraer 190 that is the first next airplane to take off to Geneva, KLM flight 1933. Zigzagging its way over to the threshold with Delta Airlines in the background going to runway 24. Pie duck, Mark says. Headshot. Did a salute, but they didn't reciprocate, so not sure if they saw me. Probably not then. Right, KLM to Geneva, Embraer 190. So within the hour, the Emirates A380 is expected to land on runway 27. ETA 1:15 p.m. local time. You will find the local time in the bottom left corner of your screen. Arriving well between 1 and 2 o'clock, which is the time slot where runway 27 is also going to be opened up again for outbound traffic. Big picture wise, again, it's been a weird day with high clouds, low clouds, sometimes none, and sometimes, like now, a bit more bits of blue. Mostly have been standing here in the shade. Jetlines wanna be Orange Pride over there. Looking on flight radar, we have KLM flight 1333 coming this way. Embraer 175 to Poznan or something. Hey, Chinese triple to Shanghai. Where is that going to take off from? To 4 probably? Or will we be lucky? The answer is no. It's turning away from us. It's going to take off from runway 24. You bastard! Bastards. Hey Johanna, goedemiddag. Good to see you again. Grocery is already done, nice. Goed bezig, nice and productive. Bloody Chinese triple taking off from the wrong runway. Meanwhile, this little Embraer 175 is zigzagging its way over to threshold 18 left to take off to Poznan in a few moments. That's Poland, right? PHEXM, 7-year-old airplane, first flight February 2017. Chap from the LVNL just drove by. Well, this is definitely also a good location for shining the light, as you guys can see. If there were anybody on board flashing their flashlight, we would be able to see that quite well. Way better actually than that Polder run. Right, KLM flight 1333 to Poznan. Embraer 175, 7-year-old airplane, first flight February 2017. Red Wine Express is also coming, the Embraer 190 to Bordeaux. Wondering why are they holding short? Is something happening to the left at the Schiphol Oostbaan? Usually it's a departure or an arrival. Push out. No arriving airplanes. Is there one on the platform? Oh, it's pulling up. Never mind. Already. Red Wine Express, Embraer 190 to Bordeaux, the next airplane to take off with not far behind it an EasyJet A320neo to Lickety Split. Oh, in the background to Tel Aviv, probably also a candidate for this runway. Headshots with EasyJet A320neo. Sun is shining on the airplane. Beautiful to see the livery glistening. See that Brody is also back. Brody made it again. Good to see you, Brody. Hope all is well. Transavia next, 737. I think it's the first Transavia that we see take off, or is it? There was one, well, there was one taking the cheaters entrance. Also a massive big thank you to Dave for your super chat, mate. Going back to work again. See you all soon in the next stream. I hope we will, Dave. Thank you so much for dropping by. Hope you enjoyed the show so far. Hope to see you in the next one and enjoy the rest of your day, mate. Take it easy. This is Transavia going to Pisa for some pizza pie. The PHHXC. 8-year-old airplane, first flight March 2016. Good morning, Diego, who is tuning in from Jerez de la Frontera. Welcome. Engine sound of this airplane a bit overpowering. A321 Air France to Paris. The ultimate is also back from having had dinner. Fed with calories, ready to go for more hours to come. Welcome back, mate. And only 650 likes to go for 1,000 likes. We're almost there, fellas. Keep them coming. Air Transat? Is that Air Transat? No, it's the G, Aegean. Of course it is the G. Air France A321 off to Paris. Guys in the T28 vehicle giving a quick wave just now. Air France flight 1445 Air Baguette to Paris. A321. Out to Tel Aviv. flight 338, 737-900, 10-year-old airplane, first flight March 2014. Hey there Tony, good morning, good to see you again mate. Welcome back, hope all is well. Busy over here, we have 3 airplanes, KLM to Zurich, and a G going back to Athens, A321neo, Transavia also going to Greece, but to Thessaloniki. KLM Embraer 175 to Zurich, flight 1921. This is a Aegean going back to Athens with behind it a Transavia which will also be going to Greece but to Thessaloniki. Also a big thank you to John who just got gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much for your generosity there. Don't forget to say thank you to John if you got gifted one of his 5 memberships. Welcome to the Honor Skylines new members. Be sure to use all the custom emojis that are now at your disposal for a month. Spam us to death with them if you will. John, once again, thank you so much. And a warm welcome to the new members, courtesy of John. Hey there Peter, goedemiddag. Frits. Guten Tag. Herzlich willkommen. Aegean flight 65 to Athens, A321neo, 2-year-old airplane, first flight February 2022. Now, interestingly, there's also a Transavia A321neo over there. Is that going to take off from Cheaters Lane? I think it might. It's destined to go to Malaga. Cheeky bastards, KLM, Transavia, always line colors. Adi Greet, goedemiddag. Good to see you again. Question now becomes, which will be the next airplane to take off? Although Transavia is already lining up, 7372 Thessaloniki will it be the next one? And I spy with my little eye Cathay Pacific A350 1000 coming this way, going to Hong Kong. Nice. Extremely nice. Now it's not just this airplane that is moving onto the runway, it is the colleague in the A321 as well. So obviously the A321 will go first then. This is Transavia flight 6117 to Malaga. A321neo, brand new airplane, got delivered in April this year. K3 just passed by. Geo edits. Good afternoon. All others who have joined in the meantime, welcome to the show. Still got a nice little run with the A380 arriving in 40 minutes from now, approximately. Which will be landing on runway 27. The runway crossed by 18 left. The runway now being used for departures. Another Transavia. This is one of their 737-800s. But screw that. This is much more interesting to watch. Cathay Pacific Flight 270 to Hong Kong. It's the A350-1000. Up close and personal, in your face. Damn. Now this beautiful machine is 2 years old. And its first flight in July 2022. Rolls Royce, bitches. First time the wake is being felt here. Didn't feel it when heavies took off earlier in the stream. I suppose this airplane is big enough to feel the wake regardless of the wind direction. On its way to Hong Kong, the A350-1000 Cathay Pacific. What a beaut. Absolutely beautiful. Now KLM once again forgot to pay some of their bills. We have another A330 that is being towed away. Probably is going to cross the runway. We have Iberia Express, a narrow body lined up right here, going to Madrid. Probably has to wait until the wake turbulence of the A350 has dissipated sufficiently. Gives the tow truck a few moments to cross the runway without interfering with the traffic. Hey JD, good to see you again, mate. Bon appetit, lunchtime. More Transavia on the move. And here we have Iberia Express. Flight 3723 to Madrid. A320, 11 years old, first flight August 2013. Probably is going to get clearance pretty soon, unless something is happening at the Oostbaan. I'm looking to my left, I don't see anything. It does sound like GE90s being started, emanating from over there somewhere. I think that Transavia is also coming here. We'll be going to Valencia. And there is a 777 indeed getting started. 777-300 KLM flight 611 to Chicago. That was what we was hearing. And I did notice that smokiness as well, JH van de Veen. Relatively new engines, 2-year-old airplane, smoky like hell. Was quite noticeable. Up, anyway. Iberia Express to Madrid. Transavia to Valencia up next. This is Transavia flight 6333. 6333. Off to Valencia in a moment. PHHZI. 24-year-old already. First flight April 2000. Diesels. So that's it. Thanks for the explanation, Liwe. What up, Carl Sue? And David S says, what an activity over there. Not enough ice. Dutch expression literally translated into English. Ogen tekort komen. Don't have enough ice to take it all in. Again, the airplane is holding short. I'm looking to my left to see if anything is landing or departing from runway 22. Which is usually the reason why they are holding short for a bit. But now it is spooling up, so Alvin says, really liking these busier spots. So too do I. It's a pity that this is only a temporary spot where there's more activity, with ILS of 18C still being calibrated. A few more weeks, somewhere in September it is expected to be finished, and then on days like today you would see parallel arrivals with center and Polderbaan being open for arrivals, and this runway only used for the departures. And runway 27 would not be used for the arrival, so you would miss all that inbound traffic that you see when this runway closes for outbound traffic. So it's a temporary situation, unfortunately. I wish it was more permanent, because I do like the dynamic of this location and also of P3 way more than just Polderbaan, where airplane comes in, airplane comes in, airplane comes in. Although with crosswind it is a nice location with the crabbing, of course. All white airplane returning to Istanbul, A321. I think this flies for Anadolu Jet BBN Airlines. 16-year-old Turk. First flight November 2007. Joop, goedemiddag. Hey! What the? We have another line skipper, and of course, if not Transavia, then KLM. It's an E2 to Berlin. Bloody line cutter. And the 777, whose engines we heard start up, is taxiing in the background. To runway 24, granted, but You did hear the engines getting started. K4 in the meantime, driving by. On patrol. Now, let's have another look at the laptop. Brightness is okay-ish, right? My laptop screen looks a bit dark. No, my camera screen looks a bit dark, but looking on my laptop, the screen brightness seems to be decent. Don't recall that I can get the histogram in the picture on this camera. I'll double check that again. Sometimes the camera does seem to be a bit dark when you have the auto exposure set, which is what I usually have. We have a long distance headshot. KLM 777 has been pushed back. This, I think, is KLM flight 635 to Las Vegas. Now on the move. As is the A321. Right, in a little under 15 minutes from now, runway 27 is going to open up again for arrivals, with the Emirates A380 about half an hour away from now. Not seeing any traffic immediately coming to the runway, so I'm thinking there might be an inspection going to take place pretty soon. Clouds in the distance. Look nice. It does look like the atmosphere is quite active. Majority of traffic now going to runway 24, so I think we are going to see the beginning of a runway inspection pretty soon. Also a big thank you to Alex, who just now gifted 5 memberships. Alex, thank you so much. Vielen Dank. Don't forget to say thank you or Dankeschön if you're one of the recipients of Alex's gifted memberships. Welcome to the new, to the Aurora Skyline's new members. Alex, thank you so much. Very kind of you. Welcome to the Aurora Skyline's new members. Custom emojis now at your disposal for a month. Use them. Don't be afraid to use them. Got the wannabe orange pride over there, and where was the original one? Not sure. Oh yeah, there it was. Is. Oh, there you go. First airplane is already landing. Time to zoom out. Filter for inbound traffic. Right, that was Sunwings flying for TUI, if I recall correctly. And the next airplane to arrive is going to be an Embraer 175 from KLM, arriving from Frankfurt. 45 minutes on the way. 7-year-old airplane. First flight June 2017. Still east of the Amsterdam Schiphol Park / forest. Meantime, Chris is having lunch over here. Greens and fibers, cardio. They lead such healthy lifestyles. Adrian is inquiring about the repair for the camera. Haven't heard anything yet. It's taking longer this time than when I took in the XA40 in the beginning of the year. But they did warn it could take up to 6 weeks. So in that respect, this is now I think week 3 or so. I think it was a Friday, so probably tomorrow it will be 3 weeks from when I first took it in. Hey, this is going to land on runway 24 by the looks of it. Yep, landing on runway 24. This is the KLM Embraer 175 arriving from Frankfurt, flight 1818. Following the glide slope of runway 27 and then taking a last minute left-hand turn so that it can land on runway 24, as you can see over here. Landing on the runway that is designated for departures today. Something you don't see every day. The next airplane to arrive is a 737-800 flying over Amsterdam Southeast. In the meantime, we have an Atlas Air 7478 that has landed on Polderbound just now. Wonder if we are going to see it or not. Probably not. Probably will taxi to its parking via the west side. But if it is going to follow the eastern route, we will start seeing it over here. Also have the A350 World to Fly Corendon over there. Quite a few airplanes are slowly but surely coming in for runway 27. The first airplane is now between Amsterdam Zuidoost and Amstelveen. Runway 24 is being used for departure still, even though the occasional Embraer is landing on it. Quite remarkable, you would think it disrupts the traffic flow, but apparently it doesn't, or not substantially. There's the A330 going to the impound, only to be returned after KLM has paid its bills. Meanwhile, Chris Coot Yum 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 yum. Can I sit on it? No. Okay. Then I'm going to eat it. Right. KLM, no, Transavia 737-800 is next, arriving from Santorini. Will become visible over there pretty soon. Flight 6894, there it is. 737-800, 7-year-old airplane. Three hours and 8 minutes on the way to get from Santorini back to the Netherlands, to Amsterdam. Oh, lest I forget. Amp up the volume a little bit. Just turned up the volume for the ambient microphone a little bit, since we are a bit further away from the air traffic landing than we were from the airplanes taking off. Right, the 7478 from, what was it, Atlas Air that just landed is still in between the main platform area and the Polderbaan area, so still not sure where it is going to taxi through, left or right, east or west, to its parking spot. I suspect it's going to be taking the western route. Also looks like the A300 that landed and came from Leipzig also did the same, the MNG. In the meantime, KLM arriving from Vienna. Also a big thank you to JD, who just now gifted 5 more memberships. Jörg, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Welcome to the Aurora Skyline's new members. Don't forget to say thank you or dankeschön if you're one of the recipients. And don't forget to use those custom emojis that you now have access to. Jörg, thank you so much. You really shouldn't have, you know that. Next up is going to be KLM flight 1502, arriving from Madrid, 737-800. 2 hours and 8 minutes on the way from Madrid to Amsterdam. It's the PHBCK. The PHBCK is back. 5-year-old airplane. First flight, April 2019. Cheers for the feedback, Alvin. Got the sound just about perfect today. Yeah. So last time the volume was really loud. It was set on auto. If I do that now, you will hear it automatically goes really high, far higher than I would have liked. This is back with manual control, and with departures it is set to a default setting. With arrivals you can amp it up a little bit more, since we are further away than when we are standing next to the McDonald's. Over there the default setting is fine. KLM 100 years 787-10 Dreamliner. In the meantime, Transavia arriving from Malaga. Where is it? Where is it? Here it is. Transavia flight 6114. Hey, Rakete 88, also back. Good to have you back. Welcome back. and welcome one and all. Pretty soon we are going to see the Emirates A380. It is expected in 15 minutes or so from now. Let's see, the next airplane to arrive is an A320neo. Still first has to show itself over there. There it is. And then we'll see it again over here. EasyJet flight 27906 A320neo returning from Dubrovnik. 2 hours and 8 minutes on the way, Austrian registered. It's an A320neo. Brand new. First flight of this airplane was in February this year. Still in nappies, this little baby. Mario says ETA for the A380 is 1:27. Okay, a bit later than initially when I was checking earlier. Also see that the 7478 that has landed is taking the westerly route to the parking as expected, so we're not going to see that, unfortunately. Are there any 747s expected to go out for any time soon? That would be nice. That would definitely be nice. Oh, and we have another airplane that is flying higher than where I was looking to land on runway 24. This is KLM flight 1754, Embraer 175, returning from Hamburg. 40 minutes underway. The PHEXU Fexu. 6-year-old airplane, first flight January 2018. Remarkable that they do that. Since runway 24 is now the only runway being used for departures, it basically stops the flow of outbound traffic whenever such an airplane is landing on runway 24 instead of runway 27. So, wonder why they do that. If there's a particular reason, if the initiative comes from ATC or from the pilots. Oh, Gary Grebe was doing nasty. But the one he was doing nasty to, duck under, that mother ducker, Gary Grebe. Where is he? Where will he re-emerge? There he is. Oh, mother ducker. Still not enough time to even zoom in on him properly. There he is. Gary mother fudging Grebe, you mother ducker. Next up is going to be the KLM SkyTeam Embraer 190 returning from JD's hometown of Düsseldorf. In the meantime, Liwa has to go, has to do groceries with mom. You do that, mate. Thank you for joining. Hope to see you in the next one. Take care. KLM flight 1800, 1800 in the SkyTeam livery, Embraer 190 returning from Düsseldorf. A mere 24 minutes of flight for this one. A 12-year-old airplane. First flight April 2012. Will become visible at any moment, yeah. There it is. Hey Arjan, goedemiddag. Good to see you again, mate. Let me check. Here it is. Going out again, Delta Airlines flight 75 back to Atlanta. It's the premiere of the A350 LA28 Olympics. We saw it arrive this morning. I think we have less heat distortion now than we did this morning. What's that? 3 palms. GE90 is getting started. Listen to that. You can hear it. The wind is blowing this direction perfectly. Also, thank you Alvin, and good afternoon to Infinity and to Evelyn. Let's see. Waiting for the next airplane to land, which is going to be an E2 Embraer 195, still flying in the vicinity of Amsterdam Southeast. So listen to the GE90s starting up. And looking at the special livery A350 Delta. All is well indeed over here, Evelyn. It's a bit strange weather with the cloudiness and whatnot, but the temperature is good over here. A lot to do, not too cold. Although we are going to get some rain tomorrow, it was said, so I'm contemplating going to P3 if it's not raining too hard, otherwise you'll also get wet over there. Chris is still having the munchies and is having lunch. Fibrous food. KLM 747 is also still over there. Cargo airplane, one of them. The E2 Embraer 195. Just saw a little glimpse of it. KLM flight 1852. Arriving from Munich, 1 hour and a minute on the way. E2 Embraer 195. Playtime as well. That's a long distance headshot with a 777. And the mother of all fuckers is also over there. Fucker 100 on the panorama terrace. Broken car! Oh dear! What happened? Now in the meantime the LA special livery is still over there. It's waiting for a while now. KLM Embraer 190. Hey Diane, good afternoon, good to see you, welcome. Hey, Diamond airplane, where is it? It's a Diamond, isn't it? Diamond flyer. Using all the 400 times digital zoom. Such a teeny tiny little airplane. Here, the debut of the LA28 special livery A350-900 Delta Airlines, flying back to Atlanta as flight 75, landed this morning on Polderbaan as flight 74. And the next airplane to land on runway 27 is TAP Air Portugal. Arriving from Lisbon, flight 668 A320. Ready behind the building. 2 hours and 38 minutes on the way, 18-year-old airplane, first flight made 2006. Bit more challenging to follow smoothly with the wind blowing from the side and is interfering with the camera and the surface area. Still need windscreens or something when out filming. Mark says sounds windy. Well, there's definitely some Viagra in the air, mate. It's not exactly wind still over here. It almost never is. It was a bit more calm this morning, but it definitely isn't wind still today. And I have the mic attached to the camera because of moving left and right. Right, ladies and gentlemen, the number 7 now on flight radar is coming. The next airplane to arrive is the Emirates A380. Still a few minutes out, but it is coming. Surely we can get it in the top 3, right? Not sure how many are needed, how many watchers. We are with 430. We need more. We need more. and the distribution chain, if that is broken, that is absolutely a nightmare. Well, no, distributie is that's the rubber chain, right? That is relatively simple to replace on most cars, but if it snaps, it can lead to damage. That's what usually an issue. Collateral damage, not just the belt breaking, the timing belt. Hide the stash, the police is coming. Will they do another round around the ATC tower? That's the question. Emirates is losing momentum. It's number 8, followed by 304 people. It's losing momentum. Why aren't all those people? Are those all viewers? Is it the timing belt or the distribution belt? Is it the one that... Is it the rubber belt that powers the dynamo and stuff? The water pump? Or is it the one in the engine itself? For the valves and whatnot? Air code P0015. Well, I've never owned BMWs, so I wouldn't know what that error code means. I don't think I am psychopathic enough to warrant buying a BMW or an Audi. Right, Emirates is still number 8 on flight radar. Tracked by 316 people. Let's turn the camera towards it. It shouldn't be too long before it becomes visible. Any minute now. Emirates flight 147, a mere number 8 on flight radar, tracked by 356 people right now. Arriving from Dubai, 6 hours and 29 minutes on the way. That is par for the course. It is the A6 EED, 12 years old, first flight July 2012. There it is, the behemoth, the beast from the east. Now behind, oh, and we can, the tail is so tall we can follow it like a shark's fin underwater. Nice. Still reversing. Only now is it spooling down again. I love it that they use the reversers for so long. Always nice. Camshaft timing, oh dear. That's deep in the engine. Sounds like a complicated problem to solve. Indeed, Martin, until the end of the runway the reversers were applied. Beautiful. Now the next airplane to arrive will be arriving from Jeddah with Jeddah Nights on board. Saudia flight 215 7879 Dreamliner, 5 hours and 17 minutes on the way. 8-year-old airplane, the Hazara. Where do you get your clothing? The Hazara. should become visible in a few moments. It is flying over the Amsterdam Schiphol. Saudi flight 215-7879 Dreamliner arriving from Jeddah. 5 hours 17 minutes on the way. 8-year-old airplane. First flight January 2016. About to cross the Ringvaart, and then it will become visible. There it is. QJ says, Hazara, isn't that a German shop? No, that's Leisiever. Departures taking place still from runway 24, arrivals take place on runway 27 and 18 right. Next airplane to arrive is Transavia flight 5788, arriving from Kenya. 3 hours and 8 minutes on the way. Oh, and KLM, what is this? A 787? What is it? It's an airplane bus. Which drives on biofuel. Duly noted. Gerrit is also over here. What up? Hey man, hoe is het?
Nou, lekker joh.
Heb je de A380 gezien? Want je bent net te laat, die is net geland. Je hebt hem al gezien. Oh, ja. Die ging tot het eind. De reverser. De reverser ging helemaal tot het eind, ging die door. Ja. Ja. Dit is de threshold van 18 links. Zei je? Nu niet. Nu wordt er geland op 27 en dan is deze dicht. Hij gaat zo meteen om 2 uur gaat hij weer open en dan tot 3:45. Het is om en om, dat is het leuke juist. Dus er is constant wat. Ja, de apron is ook goed te zien vanaf hier. Klopt. Was je al op andere plekken ook gaan kijken vanmorgen? Nee. Oh. Hoe ben je dan gefietst? Helemaal hoe? Oh, dus ergens via de hoofdvaart richting Polderbaan en dan eromheen hier naartoe. Oh. Is dat de kortste manier om hier te komen? Volgens mij niet. Volgens mij kan je hier ook binnendoor. Volgens mij kan je binnendoor. Als je dit fietspad volgt, dan kom je volgens mij gewoon weer uit bij de terminal daar langs de A4. This is KLM flight 1632, Embraer 190, arriving from Firenze, Florence. time. Little itty bitty 737-700 looks almost lost between all those big airplanes surrounding it. We're about to see the next airplane approach. E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Göteborg. KLM flight 1232, 1 hour and 11 minutes underway. Airplane is a year old, had its first flight in July 2023. There it is.
In een model ben je bang dat je het genoeg hebt gedaan.
Whale sounds. So apparently also when they spool up the reversers, or at least this one time it did. Still not sure where that sound is coming from. You can hear it when it spools up. You can also hear it when they are on their final approach. I think it has to happen with throttling up and throttling down. Evelyn sees the orange pride. That is right. The orange pride is there. Where was it again? I think a little bit further. No, it was here, right? Heh. Is it gone already? Not sure. We do have the wannabe orange pride over there in between all the other parked cars. Iceland Air also there by the looks of it. Next airplane to arrive over here is going to be Kuwait Airways A320neo arriving from Kuwait City, which I think I accidentally double clicked on. Now my flight radar is in Kuwait. Quickly scroll back to the Netherlands. There we go. Should start seeing Kuwait Airways in a moment. Flight 127 A320neo, 5 hours and 49 minutes on the way. The airplane a year old, first flight January 2023. There it is. Thought I saw something in the distance. That is Chucky. Chucky taking off without saying goodbye to us. Now we have two narrow bodies on the glide slope, and the third airplane is going to be a Qatar 777 arriving from Doha. 777-300ER. And also, JB Pagman, thank you so much for your super chat, who says thank you for the stream and for the positive energy. Was signed by Hans. Hans, dankjewel. Thank you so much for your kind words and for your super chat. Happy that you enjoyed the show. Hope to see you in the next one. And enjoy the rest of your day. Now we are going to stick around until all the arrivals are done arriving in this upcoming hour. We will change again to outbound traffic around 2 o'clock probably. Next airplane to arrive is an E2 Embraer arriving from Krakow. Still over Amsterdam, few minutes out, and that is another A330 that is getting pushed back. Is it getting pushed back, or is it going to the impound and is it being confiscated? Tisa says, laughing my ass off, the clickbait is insane. Well, you have to be a real noob if you really think that there isn't KLM A380. Surely we would have known. Hey, the fudge. That one snuck up on us. These are real airplanes. Talking about small airplane lost between all the big ones. This is comical. Meanwhile, the next airplane is approaching, arriving from Krakow, E2 Embraer 195. There it is, flight 1324, 1 hour and 31 minutes underway. E2 Embraer 195, a year old. First flight June 2023. The engines of that bizjet. Again, the whale sounds. So it seems that when they apply the reversers, you can also hear the whale sounds. Where did that little bizjet go? TUI also getting towed. There's the bizjet. Next up, KLM flight 1200, 737-800 returning from Oslo. There it is. One hour and 23 minutes underway. Alrighty, time for the 777 from Qatar, arriving from Doha, 777-300 passenger 777, 6 hours and a minute on the way. Oh boy, let's see. Feels like the wind is picking up even further. The airplane is 10 years old, first flight July 2014. There it is. Qatar Airways flight 273. We are going to see a relocation flight between Rotterdam and Amsterdam by a Transavia 737-800. Flight 82. Flight number you don't see very often. minutes of flight time. 27 nautical miles. Let's see, flying over Amsterdam Schiphol will become visible in a moment. Sounds like I'm hearing CF6s being started. Oh, orange sprite over there. Now I remember. I thought I saw a long distance headshot. Where was that airplane? Oh, I think it was this airplane that faced me just now, which caused me to hear the engines really loudly. And the relocation from Rotterdam to Amsterdam, 27 lousy nautical miles, 14 minutes underway, probably taxiing most of the time. Still quite a few airplanes approaching for runway 27 from the east. Turbo vluchtje, die is also back. Or were you still there? Let's see. The KLM 737 arriving from Venice, the next airplane to arrive, flight 1630. 1 hour 28 minutes underway. The PHB XH, 24 years old, first flight July 2000. Becoming visible in 3, 2, 1, yeah. Each time the airplane crosses the Ringvaart, it becomes visible between the trees and the construction over here, relatively reliably. A319 will be next, arriving from Frankfurt. Just here for a few minutes. Turbo bezoek. No, nothing to see there yet. Outbound action on runway 24 still very much in progress. The A319 from Lufthansa will become visible pretty soon. Gives me a few moments to give a big thank you to Thomas for your super sticker. Per character stretching his arm forward and raising his thumb up. Thank you so much for that, Thomas. Very much appreciated. Thank you so much, my friend. Right. Let's quickly turn back. There it is. Lufthansa A319 arriving from Frankfurt, flight 992. says a viewer is on this flight, look out for a light. Well, that is going to be tricky, if anything, from such a distance. Let's give it a go. You guys can see this better than I can on my small 2.5-inch screen. Did you guys see anything? Tom's side, okay, cool. Near the back, Paul is confirming what Tom saw. Okay, fourth window from the rear, nice. I didn't see anything. I look at a little dimly lit screen. Couldn't see anything. Happy that I was able to catch it. Cool. Well, next up, KLM flight 1776, arriving from Berlin, 737-800. Surprised that you guys were able to see somebody shining the light. I think as the crow flies, we are standing a couple of 100 meters away, so you have to zoom substantially to see the windows in detail. Still happy with the camera, even though this one has a very dimly lit screen. Ah, you didn't know what seat to look for. Okay. Well, I didn't receive any specific details, so I just thought let's just bring it all in picture, in view. KLM 737, and we have, hey, that's KLM using the reversers. And is that a bizjet going to take off? I think it might be. Not seeing it in real life. I am seeing an airplane on flight radar. I think somewhere over there is a bizjet that is going to take off at some point. NetJets Embraer Phenom 300. Doesn't say where it's going to go to. Also, oh, now it has vanished again. Okay. Now, let's see the next airplane. Walking like an Egyptian. Coming in from Cairo, A321neo, flight 757. Bit of a misleading flight number because it isn't Boeing 757, but it is an A321neo. 4 hours and 8 minutes on the way. 1-year-old airplane, first flight May 2023. No! A truck with a steamroller behind it. Almost exactly photobombing as the Egyptian was passing by. Walk like an Egyptian. There you go. The rugby livery? The answer is yes. Yes, it is. Aer Lingus. KLM Asia 777 on the move. Paul is dusting off his Bangles album. Nice. Well, if there is one lady who is aging gracefully, it has to be Susanna Hoffs of the Bangles. Definitely good genes there. (737s) and also here 737s. We have a 737-800 arriving from Lion up next. Wow. KLM flight 1432 flying over Amsterdam Schiphol shall become visible in a moment. 1 hour and 11 minutes on the way to get from Lyon to Amsterdam. 5-year-old airplane, first flight March 2019. Almost there. Once it crosses that canal, it becomes visible. In the meantime, the police helicopter is circling behind me. Where is it? Where is it? Not seeing it properly. There it is. Bill, what up? Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. BizJet next to land, I think, on runway 27. This helicopter is landing. We'll be air taxiing to its parking. That's the drop down point, and then it is going to air taxi back from right to left. The next airplane, according to flight radar for runway 27, there it is, air taxiing. We'll see it again after it has cleared the mound over there. Pad Aviation is arriving from Paderborn. A lot of pads. Pilot is called Paddy, undoubtedly. This is where we're going to lose it, because the parking is behind this windshield or whatever it is. Right, the BizJet should become visible over there any moment now. Embraer Phenom 300. Embraer 190 arrival from Gdansk is flying a little bit of a different route by the looks of it. Now just north of Purmerend, northeast. Wondering if it is going to go to Polderbaan or if it is landing on runway 22. Probably not. Probably going to runway 18 right, which means that the last 3 airplanes are probably already established on the glide slope for runway 27. If that's the case, then these are going to be the last 3 airplanes of today's stream. The next airplane to arrive is going to be an A320 arriving from Corfu, Smart Links flying for TUI. Corfu! Maya is signing off. Maya, thank you for joining. Enjoy the rest. Well, sleep well, I should say. It's bedtime. Hope to see you in the next one. Enjoy the rest of your day tomorrow. A321 returning from Corfu. 20-year-old airplane. First flight March 2004. Really bummed out that we haven't seen the 747 take off from 18 left. Normally there's always one going to Milan or to Luxembourg, and I'm a bit bummed out that we didn't see one. Also missing the angry Chinese A350, which is also taking off from the wrong runway. One of the sweeping trucks for the runway, I think. Moving back and forth, or is it just regular work traffic? Could also be. Maybe it's just regular work traffic. This is SAS flight 547, A320neo, arrival from Copenhagen. A little bit of reverser action. And you are very much welcome, Donna. Thank you for your kind words. Glad to hear that you're appreciating the content. Hope everybody is. If you are enjoying what you've been seeing so far, but you haven't already, don't forget to drop a like. It really helps to spread the content. Be sure to subscribe if you haven't already. Stay informed of upcoming live streams. We have the Chinese A350. And K4 is beginning with a runway inspection? Question mark. Preceding the reopening of 18 left for departures. Next up is going to be an Embraer 190 arrival from Trondheim. There it is, KLM flight 1152. One hour 56 minutes underway, 14-year-old airplane, first flight March 2010. the runway inspection is beginning. Crossing traffic has landed, has passed the runway, being inspected right now, and looking on flight radar there is no more traffic inbound for runway 27, so 18 left is going to reopen again as secondary runway for departures until 3:20 p.m. local time soon. Now all outbound airplanes, all airplanes designated to be outbound are going to runway 24. The runway inspection is still in progress. Had there been an A747 to Milan or Luxembourg on flight radar, I would have stuck around to see it depart, because it will depart from 18 left probably then. Wasn't meant to be. Hopefully the next stream will be more in luck with that respect. In that respect, for now I am going to wrap it up. Thank you all so much for joining me here. I hope you had a good one. I certainly did. If you liked what you saw but you haven't already, don't forget to drop a like. Be sure to subscribe if you haven't already. Hope to see you in the next one. A big thank you for all the support, all the super stickers, the super chats, the gifted memberships, becoming a member yourself, and all the other forms of support. You guys are the best. Thank you so much for that. Also moderators, a big thank you once again for keeping the stream friendly and accessible to all. Hope to see you in the next one. Enjoy the rest of your day, be safe, and see you soon.